yes, oh yes, oh yes. This Honorable Superior Court of the County of Alamance is now open and sitting for the dispatch of its business. The Honorable Judge Tom Lambeth is presiding. God save the state and this honorable court. Please be seated.
All right, thank you, Mr. Sheriff. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Good morning. Madam Reporter, good morning. Mr. Clerk, good morning, sir. Okay, I think what we had decided, I understand we're going to have some live witnesses today, so we're going to make the witness box here. As y'all know, we're in the Commissioner's meeting room, so we're not in a regular courtroom, but this is what allowed the public to be able to watch the trial and the press to be able to watch it. There's a lot of interest, obviously, and this is the only room that's really set up well for the live feed among our court buildings. Mr. Albright, good morning.
Good morning. If I may,
yes, sir.
Briefly, the health director received a subpoena. The health director contacted me. As the county attorney, we reviewed the documents requested pursuant to the call of the subpoena. And those documents have been handed to the defense counsel and to the state this morning. I just want to put that on the record, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
I have received no other subpoenas for any other records in the case.
All right, thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Albright. Okay. All right. Good morning to all counsel. Mr. Wall, I see you're present. I had gotten a call through my office. Had gotten a call that you were going to be here instead of Mr. Longest.
Yes, sir. Mr. Longest, as you know, was here last week for the TRO hearing, and he was not able to be here today, so I am sort of appearing on his behalf today and with similar limited appearance as the last time.
And do you wish to participate at all in any question?
Your Honor, I don't believe so. My clients and I have talked about this, and we believe that we are not going to take a position, but they stand ready and willing to abide by all the laws of the state and any orders of the court regarding this matter as they may apply to our clients. So,
all right.
But I don't expect to participate or present evidence or witnesses.
Well, if that changes, you'll let me know.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Let me officially go ahead and just call the matter, Mr. Clerk, for the record, 20 CVS 1001, which is styled as Dr. Mandy Cohen et al. Versus a Speedway et al. Mr. Casper, I believe, is back, and it looks like you've got a co-counsel this morning.
Yes, sir. Your Honor, Daniel Johnson.
And y'all are both representing the Department of Health and Human Services. Okay. And I guess, is it Ms. Corbett is here as well, and I see Mr. McKinney back there as well. And are y'all questions or participate in any presentation of that?
Just observing, Your Honor.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. And then Mr. Kitchen, if you'll introduce your clients to me, if you will.
Good morning, Your Honor. This is Robert Turner and Jason Turner.
Good morning, gentlemen. Nice to have you in our court. All right. So I think we're ready to go. The plaintiff, of course, has the burden, so we'll let you go first. I don't know if either side wishes to make an opening statement. If you do, I'll certainly hear it. Otherwise, we'll go into evidence. But do you wish to make an opening statement?
Your Honor, my opening statement will work into my evidence.
All right. How about Mr. Kitchen? Do you want to make any sort of an opening statement?
Not at this time, Your Honor.
All right. Very good. So the plaintiff is ready to put its evidence on. If you are, then you may proceed.
Your Honor, I forwarded the affidavits from the states for affidavits to you yesterday. I have written copies here.
You sent a copy to me and to Mr. Kitchen, and
yes.
I did get that, and in fact, I've already spent some time with them.
So do you need me to hand out written copies? Or?
Well, you may want to file a copy.
I am going to file them with the court.
Yeah.
But
I have the copies.
that sounds good. So as we said earlier, my name is Andrew Casper, and I represent Secretary Dr. Mandy K. Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. So before the court is Secretary Cohen's motion for a preliminary injunction seeking to enjoin Ace Speedway and its owners, operators, and affiliated entities from conducting further races and similar events constituting mass gatherings during the pendency of the abatement order and any sort of applicable. As I did last week, I want to begin by emphasizing that the Secretary's action is an unwelcome obligation under duty and commitment to protect the health and welfare of all North Carolinians. As I also emphasized last week, neither Secretary Cohen nor Governor Cooper want to restrict the operation of businesses, particularly businesses like Ace Speedway, that have been long-standing fixtures and gathering points in their communities. Secretary Cohen and Governor Cooper also do not take lightly the economic hardship the public health measures they have been forced to impose have upon individuals like Robert and Jason Turner that own, operate, or work in impacted businesses. That is why Secretary Cohen and Governor Cooper want to fully reopen businesses as soon as public health circumstances allow. But even as they sympathize with and recognize these hardships, Secretary Cohen and Governor Cooper also remain steadfast in their belief that public health circumstances demand these restrictions be made in place for the present. Even since our hearing last week, the adverse impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on residents of Alamance County and all North Carolinians has become more acute. The number of North Carolinians who have tested positive for COVID-19 has increased from approximately 37,000 individuals to nearly 47,000 individuals. Again, this is just over a week. The number of North Carolinians who have died from COVID-19 has increased from 1,029 to 1,168.
Your Honor, I hate to object, but I'm not real clear if he is offering evidence or he is making argument. And if this is evidence, I'm going to object to it because he's not sworn.
So, do you in fact want, you sort of alluded that you might make a sort of an opening statement with your presentation. Is that basically what you're doing?
This is my opening statement.
Okay.
And the
And
evidence,
if you want to make an opening statement at either right after him
Right.
or at the start of your evidence, I'm happy to do that.
Right, Your Honor, I was unclear as to what we were.
These are all facts that are in the sworn statements that
these
you've
are facts
provided.
in the sworn statements.
And at a appropriate time, I don't know when there'll be, I do have an objection to Mandy Cohen's declaration I would like to be heard on.
Okay. Are you going to reference that now?
Those statistics are from her declaration, so if
All right, well, let's do that right now.
Okay.
I'll be glad to hear from you.
Paragraphs 17, 18, 19, and 21 of her declaration refers to various events across the world. She does not indicate these are of her personal knowledge, but seems to reference, it's not, I think they're all off the internet. As such, Your Honor, I would object to them as being hearsay, and for relevance, most of these events involve very large numbers of people, 16,000, 19,000, and none of them involve racetracks. I don't see what the relevance is to this case, while dance studios, religious events, religious gatherings may provide a very dangerous situation. That's not what we're talking about today.
Mr. Casper, you want to respond?
Your Honor, each of those discussions in Secretary Cohen's declaration rely on articles from peer-reviewed academic journals from the CDC. They are analyses of spreading events of COVID-19, and they talk about specific ways in which COVID-19 spreads. I discussed last week, and I'm going to go through it in greater detail today, that there are 4 specific reasons that events at Ace Speedway pose a significantly increased risk of COVID-19 spread. One is the large size of the gathering. So several of these events are large gatherings. They are anywhere from 100 individuals to, as you mentioned, 19,000 individuals. Second, these events involve increased respiratory effort. You mentioned the dance classes. We're going to introduce photographs that show individuals cheering and yelling at the races, which is one of the things that Secretary Cohen speaks to in her affidavit is a risk of spreading COVID-19 because you're expelling the respiratory droplets when you are cheering or yelling. Another circumstance that increases the risk is being in close physical proximity. These events are the studies that are referenced in these peer-reviewed articles, which she relies on, are events where people were in close physical proximity for an extended period of time, a religious gathering, a funeral. And so these are peer-reviewed articles that are examining particularly events that discuss why these type of events, large gatherings, close physical proximity, cheering, yelling, respiratory effort, increase the rate of COVID-19. Risk of COVID-19.
You want to be heard any further?
If I could, Your Honor, as he said, he's alleging these are peer-reviewed articles. There is nothing in the affidavit that I'm seeing, or the declaration that I'm seeing, indicates they are peer-reviewed articles or that she is relying on them. She states them as facts in the affidavit, and they are not facts which she has personal knowledge of. They are facts out of court. He's offering for the truth of the matter asserted. They are hearsay and they're irrelevant.
I certainly would disagree with you that they're irrelevant. They are basically the paragraphs that you cited. I just reread them all, and they are definitely dealing with instances of spread of coronavirus based on some events. I'm going to overrule your objection. As you know, at preliminary injunction hearings, the affidavit standard is a little less than it is, for instance, at summary judgment hearings, as the law, many cases have said. So your objection is duly noted, but I am going to overrule it. All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Secretary Cohen's declaration, so I just mentioned there's been a significant increase in the number of cases of COVID-19 diagnosed in North Carolina in the last slightly over a week since I was last here. Also, a significant increase in the number of COVID-19 associated deaths since I was last here. Secretary Cohen's declaration explains that these statewide trends are very concerning and, I quote here, moving in the wrong direction. The trends in Alamance County are similarly troubling. Alamance County continues to be one of the counties in the state with the fastest growth rate in COVID-19 diagnoses. It has been identified by the White House Coronavirus Task Force as one of the country's most troubling hotspots. Dr. Cohen's affidavit notes that she received a call from Dr. Burks, who was on the Coronavirus Task Force at the White House, and Dr. Burks specifically referenced Alamance County in that call. The number of cases in Alamance County since I last presented has increased from 494 to 838. The number of deaths has increased from 23 to 35. Most significantly, the concerns and forecasts last week about the risk of COVID-19 transmission at Ace Speedway have become concrete. This is, Your Honor, this is one of the photographs that is included with the complaint. So we've just blown it up here.
Okay.
The complaint was verified. It comes from a news article, and so therefore it's subject to judicial notice. So, Your Honor, our brief cites to a news article, which again this court could take judicial notice of, which reports, and it's been widely reported, that one attendee at the June 6th race at Ace Speedway, who was a crew member of one of the race teams, has been diagnosed with COVID-19.
I am going to object to that, Your Honor, just for the record. I know what he's just indicated, but we've been unable to verify any of that other than the social media.
Is the secretary verified that? I mean, is that just from news reports?
It is from news reports, Your Honor.
And I'm gonna sustain that objection.
We also know from Secretary Cohen's declaration and the wealth of scientific data that supports it, that with these large gatherings, and it's undisputed that there were at least 2,000 people at these races, that even one person at these races, regardless of whether we know somebody was actually diagnosed with the disease at the race, even one person being there, that person is sitting, standing, cheering, in close physical proximity with other people, and that's an unacceptably high risk of spreading COVID-19 to a large number of people. That heightened risk of widespread transmission endangers not just those who attend the race, but all North Carolinians. When the people who are at the race go back to their communities, and the evidence we're going to introduce shows that this is more affidavit, the attendees at the race came from not just Alamance County, but came from across the state. When they go back to their communities, they risk bringing back the virus to their communities. They also, when they come to the race from outside of Alamance County, if they come from Mecklenburg County or Wade County, they risk bringing the virus into Wade County, into Alamance County. So these races, which bring a lot of people together, pose a risk of transmission. For this reason, and as I will further explain, the record amply supports the Secretary's determination that continued operation of Ace Speedway is, quote, and this is in the abatement order, an immediate threat to human life, and quote, an immediate threat to serious adverse health effects if no immediate action is taken. So Secretary Cohen respectfully requests that the court take that immediate action and enter a preliminary orders in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Settled law and undisputed evidence readily establishes the appropriateness of such relief. So I'm going to turn now to our evidence in our affirmative case in support of this court entering a preliminary injunction. So I've spoken with the clerk, and he thinks it would be easier to file the affidavits that we submitted to you and to Mr. Kitchen yesterday in the record at the end of the hearing.
Yeah, that's fine. And I guess let me make sure you did receive them the same time I did, right?
I saw them for this first time last night. I don't know when they actually came in.
Yeah, I think it was sometime yesterday. I know you said you had
I did not get in until late last night from the case.
but you've seen them.
I have seen them.
Okay, I know that the email that was sent to me was to both of us, so I just wanted to make certain that you in fact received them.
Yes, I did, Your Honor.
Okay.
I mailed 3 of them to Mr. Kitchen on Wednesday.
That's correct. I did get 2 or 3 of them. I don't know.
3 of them on Wednesday,
Okay.
and the full package was I sent it on yesterday.
Okay, so you actually did see some of them Wednesday.
I did. The
Okay.
smaller ones, the big, I guess the big stuff was yesterday with the package.
The full package was yesterday. 3 of the affidavits and supporting documents were sent the day before. I was waiting on a signature page for that final affidavit.
Thank you for clarifying.
So the secretary, as you are aware, entered an abatement order identifying continued operation-based Speedway with these large races as an immediate threat to human health. The abatement order has numerous whereas clauses that identify the particular risks that are present with large races at a Speedway. I'm going to go through those risks, but that abatement order is in the record of this case. It's an exhibit to the verified complaint. The verified complaint also describes those risks, and again, the allegations in the verified complaint are also evident. So the Secretary issued her abatement order pursuant to North Carolina General Statute 130A20. That statute specifically authorizes the Secretary to abate an imminent hazard to public health. Her abatement order makes all the statutorily required findings necessary to enter the order. There's never been any dispute about that. There's also, so the abatement order required that the Speedway take 3 steps. And the abatement order did not just apply to any specific entity. It specifically says a Speedway Racing Limited, which is one entity that we had identified as potentially operating the Speedway, but also any other entity that was operating a Speedway, related entities, individuals, or whatever it is. So we also know that until this court entered its temporary restraining order, a Speedway did not cancel any races at the track. That was one of the specific requirements of the abatement order. So that requirement was violated. The abatement order also required that a Speedway provide public notice that it was canceling its races. The races were announced on its website. They'd been scheduled for months. And in order to prevent people from coming to the track, waiting in line only to realize the races were canceled, the abatement order required that they make a public announcement that the races had been canceled in compliance with the abatement order. That was not done. There's no dispute about that either. Third, it required that a Speedway notify the Secretary that they had provided this public notice. These were supposed to be done by 5 p.m. of Tuesday of last week, and again, that requirement was not satisfied. So they are in violation of the abatement order. And then NCDHHS 130A18 specifically provides that the Secretary is entitled to seek injunctive relief if there is a violation of the abatement order. In order to obtain a preliminary injunction, as this court well knows, defendants need to establish a likelihood of success on the merits. As I just explained, there is a valid abatement order that has been violated, and that's a basis for entering injunctive relief. They also need to establish irreparable harm. Here, the irreparable harm is imminent and immediate harm to public health. And I want to go through in more specificity what that specific harm is. As I mentioned in my opening statement, and as is explicitly referenced in Secretary Cohen's affidavit, and this data is also available on DHHS's website. There's a dashboard where people can look at county-specific and statewide statistics regarding number of cases of COVID-19, number of deaths associated with COVID-19, and also other metrics like how much of our hospital capacity is currently being used to treat COVID-19. So we know that Alamance County is got a troubling trend with regard to COVID-19 spread. Secretary Cohen's affidavit explicitly references the fact that there is a very high rate of cases that are tests that are coming back positive. It's approximately 15%. That is higher than the statewide number, and that's an indication that there is transmission in the county that is broader than in the state as a whole. We also know that the White House Task Force, this is again in Secretary Cohen's declaration, has identified Alamance County as a particularly troubling county among the counties in the country. I think the number is among the 80 most troubling counties in the country. I'm not positive. So we have a troubling situation in Alamance County, and then North Carolina is also seeing, troubling trends in terms of its key statistics related to COVID-19. Since the governor has lifted certain restrictions, has begun reopening the economy somewhat, there has been an increase in cases. As I mentioned, it's gone from 37,000 to over 45,000, nearly 45,000. We've also seen an increase in deaths, and the number of available beds in ICUs and other hospital facilities has declined. So we've seen troubling trends statewide as well since there's been reopening. So we know there's a troubling situation in North Carolina. So that's the background. We also know that there's a specific risk of COVID-19 transmission at a speedway, at large public gatherings at a speedway. And this is outlined, and the risks associated with large public gatherings are set forth in paragraphs 3.5 and 3.6 of the abatement order, and in Secretary Cohen's declaration at paragraphs 16 through 19. So the reason why a large gathering, whether it's indoor or outdoor, has a higher risk of transmission of COVID-19 is twofold. One, it's more likely at a large gathering that somebody who is at the gathering is likely to have COVID-19 to be infected. So if you have 2,000 individuals, the chance that one person has it is much higher than if you only have 20 individuals. The second reason is that a person at a large gathering who is infected with COVID-19 can spread the virus to more people. If there are 2,000 people there, one person who's infected can spread it to potentially 2,000 people, whereas if it's only 25 people there, it can only spread it to 25 people. So that twofold situation is why large gatherings pose an increased risk of spreading COVID-19. Secretary Cohen's declaration, as Mr. Kitchen mentioned, provides a number of examples. The Mardi Gras event in New Orleans, which is obviously an outdoor event, is a mosque in Malaysia where 3,000 of 16,000 individuals who attended a religious gathering were infected. Another Malaysian religious event, 1,700 infections from 19,000 person gathering. A funeral in Albany, Georgia, where there were, I think, 100 people, and a huge portion of those people were subsequently diagnosed. The Secretary's affidavit cites just specific studies of those events and discussions in those papers about the risk of COVID-19 transmission at these large events. So we also know, So this is a photograph that was it's an exhibit to the complaint. It's a photograph taken from a media article about one of the races. As you can see, there were more than 25 people at this event. There's media reports. I think each Mr. Turner has said in press articles that there were 2,500 paying customers at the first race. So we know this was a large gathering, a large number of people. So that's the first risk, large gathering, lots of people there, increased risk of spread. The second risk that's present at a Speedway events is that people are staying in close proximity for an extended period of time. Secretary Cohen's the abatement order discusses the risk associated with staying in close proximity for an extended period of time at paragraph 3.2. The declaration discusses this at paragraphs 20 and 20 to 21. It says that if you stay in close proximity for an extended period of time, such as sitting or standing next to each other for more than 10 to 20 minutes, there's an increased likelihood of transmission. We know that these races were several hours long. If you look at this picture right here, there are people are seated, shoulder to shoulder, and so they are in close physical proximity for an extended period of time. This is another image from a news article that was included as an exhibit to the original complaint. And again, you see lots and lots of people standing in close physical proximity for an extended period of time. I would note that one of the specific provisions of Executive Order 141 related to large sports and entertainment venues was required that such venues establish mechanisms to ensure that people can flow through common areas while practicing social distancing. We do not see that in this image. So the third, so we've got two, I've already identified two risks. One is a large gathering. Two, people are standing in close physical proximity. The third thing is that people have to exert increased respiratory effort at these races. So again, this is an image that was included as an exhibit to the complaint. It is from a news article. It's been widely disseminated. As you can see in this image, people are cheering, which you would expect at a race. Also, if you've been to a race, they're really loud. If you want to talk to anybody, you've got to yell. Cheering and yelling, Secretary Cohen's declaration and the abatement order specifically reference, are more likely to expel respiratory droplets, which are the mechanism for which COVID-19 spreads. So you've got people in close physical proximity that are cheering and yelling for an extended period of time, and that is leading to a risk of spread of COVID-19. You also do not see people in this image wearing face coverings, which are one of the primary mechanisms for preventing those respiratory droplets from being spread. Secretary Cohen's affidavit declaration includes several examples of people engaging in increased respiratory effort leading to widespread transmission of COVID-19. One example is a choir practice. Just like cheering or yelling leads to expelling respiratory droplets, singing does the same thing. There was a choir practice in Washington State, I think. It's referenced in her declaration, where 52 of the 61 attendees at this 2-hour-long choir practice were ultimately diagnosed with COVID-19 after the event. Another example of this is from South Korea. There was a fitness dance class, respiratory effort, removing the last way, as I said, the first three reasons are large gathering, extended period of time in close physical proximity, respiratory effort. The fourth reason is that people are congregating around shared facilities like grandstands, concession lines, concourses, etc. This is an image of an infield area at the racetrack. Again, this is from a news article. It's included as an exhibit in the complaint, in the verified complaint. It's also published in media. This is the infield area. You can see people are congregating in a common area. This is the pit area. Same can be said for the line people showed earlier. People waiting inside there, congregating in close proximity for an extended period of time. This would also be true. I think there's an image in the complaint of people waiting in line to get food at a concession stand. So this is the fourth sort of reason there's this increased risk of spread of COVID-19 at these Speedway's operations. We also know, as I mentioned earlier, and this is from the Moore Declaration, which is in paragraphs 9 to 10, that a Speedway kept lists of people or allowed people to enter their names on lists of who had attended the races and where they came from. And we know from those lists that people came from outside of Alamance County to the races. And as I said earlier, this means that people are potentially bringing a virus from outside Alamance County into Alamance County and then risking spreading it at the races. Then also they are leaving the races having potentially been exposed to COVID-19 and traveling back to other parts of the state. So the risk associated with these events is not just to Alamance County, it is to other parts of the state as well. So these are the 4 reasons that Secretary Cohen entered the abatement order and determined this is an unacceptable risk of transmission and these races needed to be canceled. I should note that the abatement order specifically says that the Department of DHHS is happy to work with the operators-based Speedway to come up with ways in which they can hold races at the track without posing these undue risks. And we are still happy to hear those suggestions from the track owners. But until that new approach to holding races is agreed to, the Secretary's abatement order dictates that the races be canceled. The final thing I would note is Secretary Cohen's declaration, and this is in paragraph 26, discusses the, quote, dimmer switch approach, which the state has used in loosening restrictions that were previously imposed in the governor's executive orders. The idea with this dimmer switch approach, and as again it's discussed in her affidavit, is that you can't loosen all restrictions all at once. If you do that, you're going to overwhelm the system. As I noted earlier, her affidavit, our declaration discusses the fact that since there's been reopening of certain businesses, there's been an increased number of cases, an increased number of deaths. There's been troubling trends. And if you open up everything at once, you could suddenly overwhelm the system. And so this dimmer switch approach requires that the state's leadership, who are taking these decisions very, very seriously and making very careful decisions, as you noted during your discussion at the end of the hearing last week, make choices about which businesses should be reopened and at what capacity. And in this case, the operations of a Speedway, if they have more than 25 people, spectators at them, there is just a really increased risk. And there are not, and that risk is, if you're going to try to open other parts of the economy, that risk becomes, overwhelming. And so therefore, they've been forced to keep these operations at the 25 hours.
Let me ask you a question. There's one thing that sort of raised my eyebrows when I was reading through these affidavits, and I didn't commit the exact number. I think it was 86%. I think Dr. Cohen's affidavit is where I read it, that the hospitals are now to an 86% rate. Can you talk about that a little?
So I can tell you in her affidavit.
Could have been one of the others. I think it was hers. Because you just mentioned that part of the dimmer switch approach is not to overwhelm the health system.
Yes,
what I took you
this
to
is
say.
in our brief on page 3, and so it reports. So you can see on June 8th, which was when the abatement order was entered, there were 4,493 available hospital beds. Now at June 16th is the day we did the most recent check of, and this is all data that's from DHHS's dashboard. It's publicly available in government documents. And Mrs. Corbett can give you the actual address and you can search it yourself. It's now gone down, which is going down as a bad thing in this context, because we have fewer available beds to 3,885. The available number of ICU beds has decreased from 545 to 496. I think the number you said about capacity is also accurate, which is that we are in excess of 80% of our capacity.
That's the part that kind of raised my eyebrows when I was reading it.
So we have fewer available beds, and that's obviously because of that we have higher percentage of our capacities being used, and that's why these big events, which have the potential to have really large spread. If you look at the numbers, from that particular choral event, and obviously there are circumstantial differences, but it's still a large gathering. 52 of 61 people contracted the disease. We're not saying it's going to happen here. And the other one, there was some of the village events, it was 3,000 of 19,000. But you take meaningful percentages of 4,000 or 2,500 people, and that's a large number of people that can really tax the state's resources. So as I said, there is irreparable harm if the abatement order is not enforced, because these events pose an unacceptable risk to human health. And that also is why the public interest weighs heavily in favor of entering the injunction in the Secretary's favor. The defendant's brief that I just received this morning states that there is no emergency in North Carolina related to COVID-19 now. I would submit that the data that I presented you this morning about the increasing number of cases, the increasing number of deaths, the decline in available hospital resources to treat patients, that is all indicative that the emergency is still present, and if anything more acute than it was a month ago. And so therefore, the public interest lies heavily in the favor of enforcing the Secretary's decision to enter the abatement order. Our brief notes, and I think you referenced this during your discussion at the end of the hearing last week, it's in these public health emergencies where courts are among the most deferential to executive decision makers, because they have to weigh a lot of complex considerations in economic, public health. They also have to make decisions over rapidly evolving data. Here, as I've mentioned, the data has changed substantially in only a 7-day period. The Secretary's determination that this is an unacceptable risk is entitled to deference. She's an expert in public health. She's got a medical degree, a public health degree. She's consulting with the state's leading epidemiologists and other public health leaders about doing this. And she's determined that this is an unacceptable risk, and there's ample evidence in the record to support that determination. So therefore, I would ask that the court preliminary enjoin further races at Speedway while the emergency remains in place. I would note I have responses to the arguments raised and affirmative defenses raised by the defendants, but I'm happy to wait to respond to those arguments until they've been raised.
All right, I'll let you make presentation however you wish.
Yeah. So, but I would reserve time to respond to their arguments once they make them.
Sure. I'm going to hear from everybody as much. I want everybody to say everything that they want to say. I mean, I'd much rather make a decision based on more information than less.
That's what we're trying to do in terms of public health determinations as well. We're trying to gather all the information we can, and I know the Secretary's doing that, and making her decision.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you very much. Again, I do. You're relying, and I'll just say for the record that we had a pretrial telephone call Wednesday. I think it was Wednesday, or was it Tuesday? I think it was Wednesday.
It's Wednesday afternoon.
Mr. Kitchen and the lawyers on the other side were all on the call, and I wanted to get a feel for whether y'all are putting live evidence on or affidavit evidence, whether y'all are putting live evidence or affidavit evidence. And so my understanding is that your evidence is all in the form of these declarations, which of course is the same as an affidavit based on the Chief Justice's directives in these days of COVID-19. I would go ahead and suggest let's go ahead and get those filed so they are part of the record. Mr. Clerk, you got your file stamp?
I do, Your Honor.
So let's go ahead and get whatever evidence that you sent to both me and Mr. Kitchen that you've now relied on. We'll go ahead and have that filed. And with that said, is that the conclusion of the evidence at this point?
I just
Short of rebuttal?
Yeah, that, and I'd also just add that it's not just the declarations, it also is the abatement order and the verified complaint, which those allegations in the complaint.
Yeah, and those were already filed last week. They were notarized, in
Yes,
fact.
but those are evidence that you also could rely on.
Absolutely. And under Rule 65, it's very clear that the court can rely on all of that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, very good. All right, so it's your turn.
Your Honor, I'm not going to make an opening statement as such. I would prefer to start with the witnesses. Then you've heard a lot of this already, so you know it. I do want to make one comment, though, about a question you asked about the 80%.
Yeah.
The problem with the number that they give is, look, it's 80% of the beds are occupied. What they fail to look at and fail to tell you is, what was the percentage before COVID-19 started? I'll just tell the court, I attempted to try to get an affidavit from the hospital. I have not been successful in doing that yet as of this point because of the time limit. I couldn't get someone's subpoena, unfortunately. But the 80%, I do not have evidence on this, but they have not presented anything. But it's my understanding that CCU beds are at a premium and always have been. And I think 80% is a low number. While it kind of jumps out, oh, look, it's 80%.
I thought I remembered 86%.
Well, whatever.
Even
but
closer to 90.
Yeah, but when you get into that, but what is it normally without COVID-19?
Yeah,
and there's been no evidence.
And, well, I'll just say, and I think, and you again, and I want to compliment all the attorneys, by the way. Everybody's been very upfront, and that's the way that the court should always be. You know, no ambushes, no hide the ball. I mean, I want all the information as straight as I can get it. And you indicated that one of your witnesses you subpoenaed, I think, was the Alamance County Health Director.
Yes, she will.
So it may well be, if you call her, that might be a question to see if she
very well see if she knows
could
that or not.
shed any light on it.
Right.
I'd certainly be interested. I have no idea if she can, but
Don't either.
she probably knows more about it than I do. I'm sure of that.
Your Honor, I would like to call my witnesses at this time. That's police court.
Yes, it's your time.
I would like to call Major Jackie Fortner.
All right, Major, if you'll come on around, I guess come on, circle around over here, and I'll let Mr. Clerk swear you in or affirm you. And I guess it's worth saying this. I thought about this morning. You know, during COVID-19, the Chief Justice of the North Carolina Supreme Court has tried to help give lots of directives. If you hang on just 1 minute, please, Major. And one of them was, and I think things are evolving, and maybe it's not spread as easily by contact as we thought at first, but she has recommended that courts be sparing, that we consider affirming people a lot instead of, especially in the criminal building, where that Bible probably has had 10,000 hands on it over the last few years. So I'm gonna let, if you'd like, I mean, obviously, our court system has a long history of swearing on the Bible, and that's a very important part of the oath. But I'll let you decide. Do you want to affirm, or do you want to go ahead and
I want to place my hand on the
if you'll
Bible.
please put your left hand on the Bible and raise your right.
Do you swear that the evidence you will give the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Major. If you'll just settle in there, we're going to call that our witness box here in this room.
Yes, sir.
So whenever you're ready, Mr. Kitchen.
Thank you. Could you please state your name?
My name is Jackie Fortner.
And how are you employed?
I'm employed with the Alamance County Sheriff's Office.
And what is your duties with the Sheriff's Office?
I'm the major over operations. I'm the major over all investigations and patrol, and the fourth man in command at the Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been in law enforcement?
Over 36 years, sir.
And how long with the Alamance County Sheriff's Office?
Be 14 years this December.
Are you familiar with Ace Speedway?
I am, sir.
Have you had an opportunity to make an investigation of complaints about Ace Speedway?
Yes, sir, I have.
If I may approach you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
I've handed you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 1. I'd ask you if you could identify that exhibit.
Yes, sir, I can.
And what is it?
This exhibit is a incident investigation report that I prepared for the Alamance County Sheriff's Office.
Could you tell me whether or not this incident investigation report was prepared about the same time as you did the investigation?
Yes, sir, it was.
Your Honor, I would move to introduce Defendant's Exhibit 1.
Any objection? It's received without objection.
I direct your attention to page 3 of Exhibit 1.
Yes, sir.
Could you describe what you were talking about on page 3?
This is my narrative of my investigation into case number 2020-06-089.
And so how did you get involved with this investigation?
We, myself and Sheriff Johnson, were called by Clyde Albright on May the 30th to go that Mr. Albright had been requested by the governor to go out and give a warning to Ace Speedway about running the race. Myself and Sheriff Johnson was on the way to Ace Speedway to deliver this message when Julie Simmons of the governor's office called the sheriff. I was privileged to that call because the sheriff had it on speakerphone, and the sheriff explained that we were en route to go out there and deliver the warning from the governor. The sheriff also asked, because he said, I'm going to be asked what's the recourse if they don't. She was she was unprecise on what to say. She didn't tell us. So myself and Sheriff Johnson went to Ace Speedway. When we pulled up at the front gate, they were entering the race cars into the race area. I went up to the check-in station where I had to wait because they were taking people's license pictures and they were doing the temperature checks. I asked that gentleman that was sitting there if they could get a hold of Mr. Turner and asked him to come to the front.
Let me interrupt you. You said they were doing temperature checks?
Yes, sir, they was.
And how were they doing that?
They was using a thermometer, the one that you can point and shoot at somebody. I can't tell you what the name of it is. It doesn't touch. And they were taking pictures with cell phones of people's driver's license.
Okay, please continue.
Okay. At that time, Mr. Turner, he showed up, and Sheriff Johnson delivered the message from the governor. He asked us what happens if I open tonight. The sheriff said, I can't give you that answer because the governor's office never gave us that answer. He broke down, and Mr. Turner was crying and he said, I'm going to lose everything I got in my house. I'm going to lose everything if we do this. Sheriff Johnson said, I have delivered the message. He continued to beg us to give us what happens. I proceeded then to tell him two things will happen. I don't know what they are, but it'll either be criminal or civil. We said our goodbyes and we left.
I direct your attention, it goes on, let's see, this is not numbered, but it will be about page 7 or 8 in the report. There is a letter, says State of North Carolina, Office of the Governor in it.
Yes, sir.
You see that?
Yes, sir, I do.
You included that in your report. What relevance does it have to your investigation?
On May the 4th, Sheriff Johnson received this by email. It was sent to Miss Amy Scott, the chair commission here for commissioners here in Alamance County. It was sent to her to go to the Honorable Sheriff Terry S. Johnson. On May the 5th, June the 5th, a sheriff called a admin meeting with all the administrators of the sheriff's office to discuss this action. Also present was Miss Gailey and our County Attorney Ben Pierce and the County Manager Brian Haygood to discuss the order that came down from the governor, which that's why that's included. That's what started this investigation. At that time, being that I am the chief investigator for the Sheriff's Department, because I'm the major over all investigations, it was taken that I would do the investigation along with Chief Deputy Cliff Parker.
And you say this is the reason the investigation started, was this letter?
Yes, sir.
Had you received any complaints from citizens about Ace Speedway?
No, sir, I have not.
Had you received any complaint or directions from Mandy Cohen at this point?
No, sir.
Had you received any communications from anyone else with Mandy Cohen's office prior to this letter?
No, sir, I have not.
In your report, there are a number of pictures of Ace Speedway. Were those taken at that same night?
These were taken on May the 6th, which was, excuse me, I keep saying May, June the 6th, which was a Saturday night, and it was the racetrack, and they was running the race. And those pictures were taken, myself and Chief Deputy Parker took these pictures.
There are some pictures of a gentleman. And, Your Honor, if I can approach, I don't know if I can describe where it is other than
Sure.
just showing what.
Yeah, you may approach.
There's a picture of this gentleman in a red T-shirt,
Yes, sir.
and you took his picture as well, is that right?
No, sir, I got that off of the Facebook of Ace Speedway. I checked it the next morning, and I took those pictures off of that because they post things that night of the event and what was there. And completing my investigation, we use social media and we use other avenues to do an investigation.
Do you know who this African-American gentleman is?
Yes, sir, I do.
And who is he?
It's Mark Robertson.
Do you know why he was at the Speedway?
He was there as the Grand Marshal. He was there to drop the beginning of the flag and to start the race, and that's what he was there for.
Do you know whether or not he's running for office?
Yes, sir, he is.
What's he running for?
To my memory, Lieutenant Governor.
Directing your attention to an email that is behind the photographs. It's an email from, says from Cliff Parker to Clyde Albright and Terry Johnson. Do you see that? It's got your name at the top of it.
Yes, sir, I do.
Who is Cliff Parker?
Cliff Parker is the Chief Deputy for the Alamance County Sheriff's Office.
And what did he indicate in this email?
I'm looking to make sure I got the right one.
If I may approach the witness, Sean.
You may.
Okay, that's not in here. And this one. I will read from yours if it's fine, sir.
Yeah, Your Honor, apparently there may have been a copying error. Do you have this email, Your Honor?
I haven't found it yet.
I have all these copies in there. There you go.
Yeah, I do have it. From June 8th.
Right. Oh, it's before, there's another picture.
Yeah, it's right. It's between a bunch of pictures. It looks
Okay.
like.
That's right. There you go.
There it is. I have it, sir. Yes, sir.
And what was the substance of this email?
This substance of the email was, we did not issue a citation on Saturday night. Major Forner and I went to the racetrack to observe. We are meeting with the sheriff this morning, and he will be in touch with you.
And what was the reason you did not issue the citation?
We did not issue the citation because we felt that it was unconstitutional to do so.
There are some pictures after that. What are those pictures of?
Also, during my investigation, I checked other racetracks through social media. These are pictures of other racetracks that were running the same night as the night before on Friday night and Saturday night at the same time that Ace Speedway was running. These were at in Guilford County at the Big Dog, which is the Piedmont Drag Strip, 311, Stokes County. There was some in Raleigh, Wake County, and then there was the Dixie Speedway that also ran, sir. And they were go-kart races that were open.
Do you know whether or not they had fans at those events?
Yes, sir, as you can see in the pictures, it depicts that they were fans.
I object. I know this has been admitted, it was admitted as a police report, and a lot of photos from various taken off the internet. I don't know if I think there's plenty of foundation for the ones at Speedway, but I don't know if there's foundation to establish location, time, or anything else regarding these photos that are attached.
Mr. Kitchen, your response?
Yes, well, first of all, it is an exhibit, it has been received into evidence. I've received without objection. This is part of his investigation. Investigative reports are admissible into evidence under Rule 803. This is simply part of the investigation. He's explaining what the photos are that were that he put in and why he put them in it.
Objection's overruled. You may proceed.
And in doing your investigation, could you tell if in these races, or some of the races, if more than 25 people were present?
As the one that you see that is Roxborough Motor Sports Park. This was, it appears to me, sir, that there's way over 25 at this racetrack, and they are close together. And as you see in the Piedmont drag strip, picture would be the third one over from the one I just spoke about. There's more than 25 there, and they are sitting close together as they did at a Speedway. You have the Hickory, but it's the races. You also have below where they're in the pit, and the crew there's more than 25 people. As you see at Dixie Speedway, the bottom picture, you see people in the stands sitting close together and in the pit, and there's more than 25 there, sir. And there's the next picture also shows that too.
And at the end of your report, you have a copy of an email from Lisa Corbett. Do you see that?
Yes, sir, I do.
And why is that in your investigative report?
This is in my investigative report because this also goes with anything that was sent to us involving a Speedway in this investigation. And this letter was from Lisa Corbett, and it was addressing Mr. Turner at a Speedway.
Did you ever serve this abatement order on the Turners?
No, sir, I never did.
Do you know if anybody in the Sheriff's Department did?
Nobody in the Sheriff's Department did. It was received through email.
That's all the questions I have of this witness, Your Honor.
All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Got just 1 minute, please.
Sure, whenever you're ready.
Good morning, Major Forner.
Good morning.
My name is Daniel Johnson. I represent Department of Health and Human Services. I just have a couple of questions. Before you went out to issue that warrant, had you reviewed Executive Order 141?
We have it, yes, sir.
Had you reviewed it before you went out?
Yes, sir. We all had a staff meeting and the sheriff went over with it. We all read it and seen what was in each page.
When you gathered this information regarding these other speedways that were operating, did you report any of those to the Department of Health and Human Services?
No, sir, I did not at that time. That was not part of my investigation. My investigation was on a Speedway, not these other racetracks.
And you didn't actually attend any of those other racetracks? You didn't?
No, sir, I did not.
You didn't speak to any of their management?
Although I was present when Sheriff Johnson spoke to the sheriff in Stokes County about the racetrack in 311, and he asked him, because I was present with in the vehicle, on speakerphone, and he asked the sheriff there if he had been served with any order to shut the racetrack 311 down, and he said he didn't know what he was talking about.
So you didn't actually go to the racetrack?
No, sir, I didn't.
And you're not aware of any of the arrangements that other racetracks might have made with the Department of Health and Human Services to operate their races?
No, sir, I did not.
And at some point, I mean, this email from Clyde Albright says, send me a copy of the citation that was issued to Mr. Turner. Did you draft a citation?
No, sir, I did not draft any. He sent us, Mr. Albright sent us the verbiage that needed to go into the citation if one was written.
Anybody in the sheriff's office draft a citation?
I did a pre-citation, but nobody's name was on it. This is like a generic citation that I needed to write to any bars, any other facilities that fell under this order.
And it had the language that Mr. Albright had provided you?
It did.
And he gave that to you in response to your having to go out to A Speedway?
He gave, that was in response for, yes, sir, that if we went out to A Speedway and wrote a citation, this should be the language.
But before you issued it, you made a determination that you thought it was a violation of First Amendment rights, so you didn't issue the citation?
Objection as to First Amendment rights, that's not a fact and evidence.
I think that's, overall, yeah, that's very
Would
fair
you
cross-examination.
I
Repeat
believe
the
you
question.
testified that you decided that it was against their First Amendment rights to issue them a citation, so you decided not to issue that citation.
That's correct, I did.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, Major, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Have a nice day, sir. All right, you may call your next witness.
Call Terry Johnson to the stand.
All right, Mr. Sheriff, if you'll come on around, please. You want to be sworn? Good morning. Yes, sir. If you'll face the clerk, put your left hand on the Bible and raise your right, please.
Do you swear the evidence you're about to give to the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
All right, good morning, Sheriff. Thank you.
Good morning.
And once you get settled in, we'll be, whenever you're ready, Mr. Kitchen.
Please state your name.
Terry Stephen Johnson,
And how are you employed?
Sheriff of Alamance County, North Carolina.
And how long have you been the sheriff?
Soon be 19 years.
How long have you been in law enforcement?
49 years, sir.
You have just heard the testimony from one of your deputies about A Speedway.
Yes, sir, I did.
If I may approach the witness, Your Honor.
You may.
There is an exhibit up here that shows a letter from the governor.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Could you tell us whether or not you actually received this letter?
This letter was actually, I think, sent to Clyde Albright, and it came to my computer, but it was 5:08 p.m. on June 4th, 2020, which was on a Thursday evening late, and Clyde had sent it over to my computer.
So it was sent via email to Mr. Albright?
Mr. Albright, it had me listed on there too, but what I received was sent from Mr. Albright.
Have you ever received, or let me ask you, how many letters have you received from the governor directing you to investigate particular businesses before?
I've never received any. This is the first one as far as investigating businesses.
And what did you do once you received this letter?
Certainly, of course, I was in contact with Clyde Albright, our county manager, our health director was in some of the meetings and stuff discussing issues. On this particular letter, went out to A Speedway and spoke with Mr. Turner.
Do you know if anyone from your office has issued a citation to the Turners?
No one in my office has issued a citation to the Turners.
There was just previous testimony about 911 Speedway, where you had talked to another sheriff.
No, sir, that's 311 Speedway.
311.
Yes, sir.
311 Speedway. What was how did that come about?
I was trying to find out what was going on around the state, and Mike Marshall of Surf States County called me, and we were talking because he was concerned about what was going on with the speedways. I asked Sheriff Marshall, had he, wrote any citations to 311 Speedway? His statement was no, and he wasn't going to.
Okay, hang on. Hearsay objection?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, the previous witness was asked about this conversation. This is simply a follow-up on that, on the questions that were asked by the plaintiff. Otherwise, I would say it's a good objection, but I'm simply following up. They opened the door.
I only opened the door to hearsay evidence. I think maybe open the door about what Sheriff Johnson's impressions are about 311, but not, that door doesn't need to be open. I think it's there, but I don't think open the door for him to relay
Yeah,
conversation.
I agree with you. That question's sustained.
Did you receive any calls from the governor's office?
Julie Simmons, I believe it was, on the day that we were going out to the racetrack, which I believe was on May 30th.
Did you take any on May 30th?
I mean, June 5th. It was.
Did you take any actions based upon the phone call from the governor's office?
Yes, sir.
And what did you do?
I went out on two different occasions. One was when a letter was received, talked to Mr. Turner, and then on the 30th, Saturday the 30th, when I received a call. Matter of fact, I was painting when I received a call from Clyde Albright to go out and talk to Mr. Turner, and the governor wanted me to ask him not to run the race. So I contacted Major Forner, changed clothes, and on the way out to the Speedway, Miss Simmons, I believe Julie Simmons, called, and we told her we were on the way at that point in time. We went out to the raceway. I talked to Mr. Turner, as Major Fortner describes how the circumstances come about. I talked to Mr. Turner. He asked me, what alternatives it had if he held the race, what would happen. And nobody. I'd asked Miss Simmons, she could not tell me. We had been trying to get a clarification on a lot of this stuff from the governor's office at that point in time. We'd sent a letter Clyde Albright had to the governor's office, got no response. A phone call was made trying to get clarification in Executive Order 141. Never got any response, and so from there we took the action I felt necessary, and that was not write a citation.
That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
All right, cross-examination.
Just a couple.
Yes, sir.
Sheriff Johnson. Daniel Johnson, representing Health and Human Services.
Yes, sir.
You said you went out there partly in response to a letter you received from the governor's office.
Mm-hmm.
Did you review that letter from the governor's office?
That one I think I did receive, but it was after hours on the 4th, I believe it was.
And that was before you went out to the Speedway to talk to them?
Yes, sir.
And in that letter, it includes an explanation of what the consequences of violation of the executive order are, doesn't it?
It did say.
And did you read Executive Order 141?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And at some point, your office had drafted at least a draft citation of some sort.
Yes, sir. After receiving a letter, Mr. Albright had asked us to look at it and write a citation, and we wanted to know what the legal language was for that particular citation, because I'll be honest with you, I've never written a citation on something like this for my 49-year career.
Yes, sir, understandable. And so that was drafted, the language was drafted by the county attorney provided to you.
Yes, sir.
And then you ultimately made a determination not to serve that
Yes, sir.
on the Turners. And you subsequently, did you review the abatement order that was issued to the Turners?
Yes, sir, I did.
And you elected not to enforce any violations of that abatement order?
That abatement order was from Health and Human Services, which, rather than write a citation, in my opinion, should have been done to start with.
Okay. All right. So you're not, but you have no intention of enforcing any actions in response to?
As I think that will have to come from Health and Human Services.
Yes, okay. Thank you, Sheriff.
Yes, sir.
No further questions.
Any redirect?
No redirect.
All right, thank you, Mr. Sheriff. Have a nice day.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. You may call your next witness.
Call Stacy Saunders, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Saunders, if you'll come on around. Would you prefer to affirm or be sworn? Be sworn in. If you put your left hand on the Bible and raise your right, please. And face the clerk.
Do you swear that the evidence you will give to the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
All right, good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Kitchen.
Your Honor, I have subpoenaed some documents. I have been given one copy of a situation report from a approach to court. I do not have other copies of this.
I have additional copies
Yeah.
if you'd like one.
Good, that would be helpful. Has the plaintiff's attorney seen it already?
I have it, Your Honor.
Okay. So you do have an extra copy. Maybe you could leave one with me. This is one marked. Are you wishing to introduce that?
Yes.
That's marked as Defendant's Exhibit 2. Is there any objection to that, the admission of Defendant's
Your Honor,
Exhibit 2?
that's 1 minute.
Yeah, take all the time you need.
Don't rush this.
Yeah, take all the time you need.
I apologize, Your Honor. What is that, defendant?
Exhibit 2.
You mentioned that.
No objection.
All right, so it's received without objection.
Please state your name
Stacy Turpin Saunders.
and how are you employed?
I'm the Public Health Director for Alamance County.
Have you been involved, or do you have knowledge of the COVID-19 illnesses in the county?
Yes, sir.
You have previously, or this morning, you furnished a paper writing, which we've marked as this Defendant's Exhibit 2, that talks about, or let me just ask you, what is Defendant's Exhibit 2?
What you have before you is a situation report from our Alamance County Emergency Management Department. Each day, a sit rep is done for whichever response it's going to be, whether it's a natural disaster, and in this case, the pandemic. So this is a daily report from community partners stating what the status of the response is.
Directing your attention to the last page, this appears to, is this a daily?
Yes,
count, or-
you had requested case counts for the week of June 15th. So what you have before you is the most recent, which was yesterday, and then goes backwards to June 15th.
Directing your attention to June 15th, what was the total number of cases?
The cumulative number of cases on June 15th were 792.
And what does that mean by cumulative number?
So Alamance County identified their first confirmed case of COVID-19 on March 20th, and since then we count the total number of cases that we've had to date, and that's the 792 confirmed cases.
And on June 15, how many have been released from isolation? Well, let me ask you this. It says released from isolation. What do you do when someone's found to have COVID-19?
When we receive a confirmed case of COVID-19, the health department is charged with following up on that confirmed case and doing a complete case investigation. And that means that we contact the individual, have a history, a medical history with them, also about their own COVID history, when their symptoms started, what their current symptoms are, and then we talk through any of their close contacts and close contacts are within 6 feet for more than 10 minutes. And identify those close contacts, and then our job is to follow up with each one of those close contacts that meets that criteria as well. And we do that daily, both for the case and for the close contacts, until the end.
Is that follow-up just a telephone call, or?
Most of the time, it's a phone call. Home visits are required if that's needed, but that's very rare. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And they're followed up daily throughout their isolation or quarantine. Cases are isolated and close contacts are quarantined.
What does that mean, the close contacts are quarantined?
So close contacts are quarantined for 14 days post their last exposure to the known case.
So what do you mean by quarantine? What can they do or not do?
They're restricted in their movement and quarantine at home. And we monitor them daily for any change in or onset of symptoms, at which time they would be referred for testing.
So going back to June 15, says, do you see where it says 463 released from isolation?
Yes, sir.
So what would that entail?
There's distinct criteria about how to release someone from isolation. So a known case who has been symptomatic and has been laboratory confirmed is put in isolation during their sickness. And so there's criteria in order to release them from isolation and allow them to resume normal activity. Currently, that's a minimum of 10 days from the onset of symptoms, with 72 hours without fever and no increase in symptoms, only decrease in symptoms.
And you had 295 active cases in isolation.
That's correct.
So those are people, who are those people?
The active cases are the ones who are remaining in isolation. So they are active and have not been released from their isolation and continue to be monitored daily by the health department.
And below that, do you see where it says included in the active cases, 12 cases receiving care at a hospital?
Yes, sir.
What hospitals are used by COVID-19 patients in Alamance County?
Due to our proximity, it could range. For the most part, it's going to be one of our Cone Health hospitals, but residents in our community also may go eastward to our UNC or Duke partners as well.
On the second page of the report, at the top, it says patients with COVID-19 currently in the hospital. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
And it has numbers. I guess you have 5 facilities listed. Is that right?
Our Cone Health partners report to the SITREP as well. This is their report.
Oh, okay. It says Green Valley Campus. I'm familiar with most of the hospitals around here. I'm not sure I'm familiar with that one. What or where is that?
That is a hospital in Greensboro that Cone Health has designated as their COVID treatment hospital.
So at this point, on the 15th, there were 39 patients at that facility? Is that?
That's what our Cone Health partners reported for that day.
Okay. Would these be all Alamance County residents?
No, sir.
So that's total for people in that hospital?
That's the total for the Cone Health partners report for their hospital system.
Do you know if people that have COVID-19, are all of them sent there to Green Valley from Alamance County?
The intent is for our Cone Health partners for them to have a singular and dedicated COVID-19 hospital. I cannot guarantee that everyone is going to be sent there.
Well, above that, I was just saying, it said Alamance Regional Medical Center 0.
Mm-hmm.
So could you tell us whether or not that is the reason it would be 0?
The intent for Cone Health Partner is that they use a dedicated hospital. So for the most part, they're going to try to transfer most of their patients who are needing COVID treatment to one singular hospital.
Do you know the total capacity of Green Valley campus?
No, sir.
Is that the old women's hospital? They used to call it, or maybe they still call it women's
I
hospital.
believe it is.
So total in ICU is only 7 at that facility?
At that time, yes, sir.
And all of this on the back is received from Cone Health?
That's correct.
going back to the first page on the 15th. It says included in the active cases, 12 cases receiving care at a hospital. Yeah, that's what, it says included in the active cases, so that's 12 of the 295 or some other number?
Yes, sir.
So it's 295?
Mhm. Yes, sir.
So of the 295, then 283 of those people are at home or somewhere else, or where would they be?
Most likely isolating at home, unless they live in circumstances or have insecure housing, and then we secure housing for them during their isolation.
Do you know how many people you've secured housing for?
Only a couple.
Below that says 34 COVID-19 related deaths. What does that number reflect from what period of time?
That is the cumulative COVID-related death for Alamance County.
Do you know how many of those people that have died were in nursing homes?
I do. As of June 14th, 29 of those deaths were associated with a long-term care facility outbreak.
Is that one facility or more than one?
We have 2 long-term care facility outbreaks currently in Alamance County. One being Peak Resources that only has 3 cases in their staff, and the other one White Oak Manor. So those deaths are associated with White Oak Manor's outbreak.
So how many deaths were not related to a nursing facility?
4.
Do you know the age of those 4 people?
I do not have the ages with me, no.
But do you know if any of the 4 were elderly?
The majority of the deaths so far have been over 65, with a smaller percentage being in the 50 to 64 range, and a equal small percentage being in the 25 to 49 range. But I do not have exact percentages with me.
Okay, directing your attention to the first page, which is the June 18th report. How many people are indicated as being, how many confirmed cases do you have at that time?
As of June 18th, we had 855 confirmed cases since our first identified case.
And how many have been released from isolation?
562 released from isolation as of June 18th.
So for the week of June 15 then, you had more people released than came into isolation, is that right?
Well, we had 98 new cases since June 15th. I don't have the exact number of how many were released because it depends on their course of their own illness. It has to meet the minimum criteria, but it could be longer.
Okay. Well, you have 792 and then 855, so that's 63 cases, right? I mean, that's me doing the math, right? But it appears it's 63.
That's my math.
I'm sorry, repeat that.
So from Monday to Friday, or from Monday to the 18th, whatever date that was.
That was yesterday.
Yesterday.
Today's the 19th.
Today is the 19th. You had 62 additional cases according to this, right?
So the new daily cases, are you subtracting just the release from the active?
No, I was just looking at from 855 confirmed, you had 792, and then you came up to 855.
So you have to, so if you look at on the 6/15, this indicates an increase of 35 new cases since previous day. So from 14th to 15th, we saw 35 cases. And then on the 16th, from the 15th to the 16th, there were 25 new cases. And then from 16th to the 17th, there were 10 new cases. And then from the 17th to the 18th, there were 28 new cases.
So 63.
63. Oh, I have a duplicate. That's why my math is off.
Okay.
Yes. I have a 618 duplicate.
And you had 463 released from isolation on the 15th, and that had gone up to 562 on the 18th, right?
Correct.
So in effect, you're actually releasing more people from isolation than are coming into isolation for this period of time.
For this period of time.
And the number of people in the hospital was down to 11 on yesterday?
11 were receiving care at a hospital.
And you had one additional death, is that right?
During this time period, yes.
And do you know if that was a person that was in the hospital?
I do not. I know that it was linked to a long-term care facility.
Are you familiar with Alamance Regional Hospital?
Yes, sir.
At the outbreak of COVID-19, did they limit their resources in any way as far as elective surgeries or any other manner?
The hospital systems across the state looked at how they were doing their businesses, and many of them restricted patient visitation and other services to accommodate resources.
Do you know whether or not Alamance Regional Hospital is back to doing elective surgery?
I do not.
Do you know anything about the numbers in ICU at Alamance Regional?
I do not.
But there are no COVID-19 patients in Alamance Regional currently, right?
According to their sit rep report.
Well, Your Honor, I will mark this as an exhibit. I have a paper document that I received from the witness this morning. I believe it is also a exhibit that the plaintiff has introduced. And for the sake of, I may be being duplicative, but I will make sure it gets in the record one way or the other.
All right, and you, no objection?
Okay.
All right, this is marked, Mr. Clerk, as Defendant's Exhibit 3, proposed precaution requirements for a Speedway, and it is admitted without objection.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes.
Now, Exhibit 3, could you tell us what this is?
This is the tentative guidance that was provided on May 15th at 1:14 p.m. to Jason Turner, Brian Haygood, Amy Gailey, Matt Gross of DHHS, Terry Johnson, and Cliff Parker in an email from me that stated to Mr. Turner and other stakeholders, please find a tentative guidance document for a Speedway event scheduled for May 22nd, contingent on the governor's executing Phase 2. This document combines the recommendations currently being used at other similar venues, discussions we've had with folks at ACE, and discussions with folks at NCDHHS. Please understand that this document is to serve as tentative guidance for ACE to prepare for the May 22nd event. This guidance is subject based on the governor's execution of Phase 2 and prescribed requirements as part of that execution. In addition, this guidance and the event are contingent on the governor executing Phase 2 with an effective date of May 22nd. And then it goes on to talk about the recommendations for a touchless thermometer.
Where did this come from? Who drafted this?
I drafted this based on a template that we had received from the Department of Health and Human Services from another Speedway in the state that was doing races without spectators.
But this was drafted, as I understand what you said, in anticipation of there being spectators.
This was drafted as a result of a discussion to set some guidance around an event being planned for May 22nd, contingent on entering into phase 2 and those requirements.
So you say contingent upon entering phase 2. What was being discussed at that point about phase 2?
So at this point, we had met, I believe, on May 11th. There was a conference call that included the county manager, commissioner chair, myself, DHHS rep, sheriff, and the owners of the Speedway, as they were concerned about being able to open and have their event on May 22nd. And we had representation from the state there to give whatever insight they could on how to proceed with planning for such an event without the governor's execution of phase 2 at that time. And so the document that you see is based on the conversations and based on the template that DHHS had provided for us to review as well.
So in drafting this and presenting it to them, did you anticipate this to be a safe event?
So based on what we knew at the time, that the capacity had yet to be determined, which is stated on the document, the precautions that were put in forth after that were to increase the ability to have a safe event and decrease exposure.
Are you familiar with a recommendation requirement to a Speedway that they try to get the names of the people attending?
Yes, so included in the tentative guidance and then the finalized guidance that came after the governor's execution of phase 2, one of the bullet points on there is to provide a participant roster with contact information that would be provided to the Alamance County Health Department for any type of contact tracing that we would need to do.
Do you know whether or not this was done?
This was done with the May, I believe it ended up being May 23rd event. It was a paper copy of just names and phone numbers. I believe the event had thousands of folks there, but there were only about 3 or 4 pages of contact information.
So it didn't work, in other words.
The rosters were incomplete and illegible at times, and pseudonyms were used often.
So as a result of the incomplete rosters, what actions did you take?
We uploaded what information we did have for that roster to create a line listing and continued with that. And at that point, phase 2 had gone into effect, so any type of contact tracing and case investigation that we were doing also included if anyone had attended any mass gatherings or any social events.
Did you direct or ask a Speedway to do anything further as far as getting the names for subsequent events?
I did not. They voluntarily decided to take photos of photo IDs of their participants and spectators and provided those to the health department as well.
And that was in lieu of the rosters?
It was in addition to.
Did you find that helpful?
It was helpful to have accurate information to create a line listing.
So you were aware that they had over 25 participants, or over 25 fans at the stadium, at the Speedway?
I saw news reports that there were more than 25.
But you also got this additional information that they were providing to you as far as the number of people coming in, right?
After the fact?
Yes.
The roster, yes.
Did you ever issue an order of abatement?
I did not.
Did you convey any of the information to the state as far as the number of participants, or fans, rather?
Only the roster information as a line listing attached to an NCDHHS. NCDHHS is a state database where we do our communicable disease investigation, and the rosters were included as a line list to an NCDHHS event.
Do you know how many people, you said it's 3 pages, do you know approximately how many people are on those 3 pages?
That was the first event, and so it was only a couple hundred, I believe, maybe 100 For the May 30th and the June 6th, which were much more robust, there were over 2,000 entries, with about 1,600 being unique entries.
That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Saunders. How long have you been working with the Alamance County Health Department?
A total of about 12 years, 6 years as the health director.
And where did you go to school before you came here?
Undergraduate at Radford University in my home state of Virginia, and then graduate school at Johns Hopkins in Baltimore.
And what did you study in graduate school?
I have a master's in public health.
And once you got your master's in public health at Johns Hopkins, you came to Alamance County and began work as a health educator?
That's correct. I started as an entry-level health educator in a grant-funded position for targeted infant mortality reduction.
And then eventually you progressed where you became a health education supervisor in Alamance County?
Correct.
What did you do in that position?
So I not only supervised the whole section of community outreach and health education, and also created and started initiatives and programming in the community as well.
And then in 2014, you became the county's public health director.
Yes, sir.
And I assume that job came with a lot more obligations and duties.
Yes, sir.
And what were your duties when you became the public health director?
So our duties are to, one, protect the public from any health risks, promote the public's health, and then prevent any poor health outcomes for our public. And we do that in several different ways, whether it's program planning or communicable disease investigation, our core public health functions of communicable disease, environmental health, also immunizations and community health education. And then we also provide safety net clinical services as a safety net provider, including women's health, maternity, child health, and nutrition and dental. So we provide both the core public health, and my job is to ensure that those are, I provide complete oversight and assurances that those are done per statutes and per public health practice.
Could you talk a little bit more about your role in monitoring communicable disease threats to the community and kind of what steps you take?
Sure. So in general, there are North Carolina state statutes that pertain to communicable disease, and many of the charges are at the local level, and so there is a reportable list of diseases, and those are shalls that when providers find a reportable disease, that they shall inform and notify the local health department so that we can properly follow up. And so with any communicable disease, COVID is no different. We follow up on all confirmed cases, as I mentioned earlier, with a complete history and current symptoms and current course of illness, with monitoring as well. And then the second piece of that is to do complete contact tracing, no matter what the reportable disease is, so that we can notify others who may have been exposed of their risk, monitor them as well, and if they begin to show symptoms, get them tested and then treatment and healthcare as quickly as possible.
At times you collaborate with the Department of Health and Human Services when responding to communicable disease.
Yes, sir.
And why do you communicate with Health and Human Services?
North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services is the house of our Division of Public Health for the state, and that's where we receive much of our statewide guidance for all local health departments in North Carolina that then we, as local health departments, implement at our local level. So we receive guidance from them based on, they have a whole range and a whole branch of epidemiologists, which is not necessarily a luxury that local health departments would have. And so we rely on them for that, those guidance and then consultation, particularly with different types of communicable diseases and investigations.
And an epidemiologist studies the spread of communicable diseases?
Correct.
And you don't have an epidemiologist on staff?
No, sir.
Have you ever dealt with a communicable disease like COVID-19?
Not quite like this. The steps are very similar, but the magnitude and the intensity is far greater.
How much of your time has it taken up in the past few months?
All of it.
The defendant introduced Exhibit 2, which was a series of situation reports that are issued by emergency management. If you look at that, there's a number of hospitals listed. Alamance County, Forsyth County, the Alamance Regional, sorry, look at the wrong thing. Sedgwick County. Excuse me, I was reading that wrong. There is still an increase of COVID-19 cases in Alamance County.
Yes, sir. Just in the last 2 weeks, we've seen an increase that as of one of the other things that health departments do as part of our communicable disease response is not just the case investigation and contact tracing. We do try to track as much as we can the local burden of disease. And depending on your health department and your resources, that can look a little different. But we do monitor the new daily cases in Alamance County. And on just in the last couple of weeks, on June 1st, the average new daily case was about 13 cases per day. And as of Monday, June 15th, the average new daily cases were about 34 to 35 new cases per day. So that's a doubling in about 2 weeks of new cases.
So these show a 4-day period, and in just 4 days, 63 additional cases.
Correct.
In Alamance County. Did you have a chance to review the Cohen declaration that was entered into the record?
Yes, sir.
Was there anything in that declaration that pertaining to your role as Alamance County Health Director with which you disagreed?
I'm just getting to that part. No, sir. The information inserted about Alamance County appears correct for the time in which it was written.
So would you agree that activities with a large number of people brought together in indoor outdoor space carry a greater risk of contraction?
Objection.
Overall.
Yes.
Would you agree that the statewide trends and also the trends in Alamance County are moving in the wrong direction?
Objection.
Overall.
Yes, sir. In the last 2 weeks, we've seen an increase in new daily cases.
And you're aware that the White House Coronavirus Task Force is concerned about the spread of the virus in North Carolina, including Alamance County.
Yes, sir. I was briefed.
You also reviewed the abatement order.
Yes, sir.
Was there any?
No, sir. For the time in which it was written, that information is accurate.
Would you say there's a public health emergency in Alamance County?
Objection.
Overall.
Yes, sir. COVID is a public health concern, and its magnitude and the amount of resources constitute it being a pandemic and an emergency for us.
Part of your role as the public health director was to work, in your role as a public health director, you worked with Speedway on possibilities or variations of ways to work or ways to open up in a safe manner. How many communications did you have with Speedway?
So I have the tentative guidance that was entered into evidence, but I also have final guidance from the health department the health director on behalf of the health department that was issued on 5/20 at 10:26 p.m. That was the day after the governor had issued the execution of phase 2, and at that point I had sent the finalized guidance in addition to the executive order 141, my guidance, and phase 2 frequently asked questions to Commissioner Galey, Brian Haygood, Jason Turner, Clyde Albright, Matt Gross, and Terry Johnson, and that it says, "Good evening, please find the revised Speedway."
Objection as to what it says not been introduced into evidence, Your Honor.
Yeah,
You may.
May I see that, please?
There are
these
several,
multiple
yes,
accounts?
there are several copies. The tentative guidance has been entered.
That was the exhibit that Mr. Kitchen introduced as defendants 3, I think, wasn't it?
Correct.
Okay.
This is the final guidance.
And I believe the final guidance is actually already entered as an attachment to the, is it attachment to the? It's already been entered, it's already there.
Then I'll withdraw my objection.
All right, objections withdrawn.
Declaration.
Objections withdrawn. It sounds like it's already in evidence, so not seeing what you're looking at, I wasn't sure, so
Yes, sir.
I'll let you proceed. The objection was withdrawn.
Would you like for me to continue?
Yes, please.
That it states, please find the revised A Speedway precaution document attached. I added the language from the governor's order to the document. Aside from that addition, the document includes the precautions discussed in previous phone calls and meetings. I appreciate Mr. Turner discussing with me last week the precautions they have already put in place. And then attached to that email, in addition to the executive order and Phase 2 FAQs, was the final guidance from me, recommendations, and the first piece is per Governor Executive Order 141, spectator attendance cannot exceed 25 participants.
Did you have a conversation also with the sheriff about that?
No.
No. Did you have any conversations with Representative Speedway subsequent to giving him those documents?
There, yes, give me just a second. The guidance was given, as I said, on 5/20 at 10:26 p.m. And subsequent to that, a meeting was called the following day, which would be 5/21. I was unable to attend that meeting, but did talk to Mr. Turner on 5/23 around 10 o'clock.
Which of Mr.?
Oh, I'm
which
sorry,
Mr. Turner?
Mr. Jason Turner at 5/23 at 10 o'clock to inform him of when we would pick up the rosters and briefly discuss the precautions.
Now, let's talk about those rosters for a little bit. You mentioned the term contact tracing.
Mhm.
Can you tell us what contact tracing is?
So that's the second piece of all case investigation. So once a case is identified, not only do we follow up with the case daily, it's important for us to find all of their close contacts so that they're the highest risk of exposure and therefore the highest risk for being infected. And so it's important for us to find out everyone that they've been in close contact with so that we can properly notify them of their risk and then begin monitoring them throughout an incubation period in case they develop symptoms.
And were the rosters you reviewed, were all those people from Alamance County?
No, sir.
What percentage of those people were from Alamance County?
Only about 15% of the driver's license line listing were from or had addresses in Alamance County.
Were the rest from North Carolina?
No, sir.
Where were they?
Some outside of this jurisdiction, so many from outside of Alamance County, but in North Carolina, and then many were outside of the state.
What states were represented by that?
Most popularly, it was Virginia, but we had states represented as Colorado, Florida, New York, South Carolina.
Did you have anybody from Charlotte or Mecklenburg County?
We had many driver's license or spectator information in the line listing that was from the Charlotte, Mecklenburg, and surrounding area. Also the Raleigh, Wake surrounding area, Lexington area, Reedsville, Winston-Salem, Kernersville area. and across the border in the Danville, Virginia border towns.
Is contact tracing more difficult when people are from a large geographic area?
Yes.
And did you enlist any assistance in doing contact tracing in response to this?
Once we realized that the overwhelming majority of spectators were from outside of Alamance County, it's my due diligence then to inform DHHS that there are other jurisdictions that may be affected. And so that line listing, just like the other rosters, was uploaded into NCDHHS, which is the state database for communicable disease, attached to an event so that the state could cross-reference any cases as well.
Did you do any actual contact tracing? Did you contact anybody that attended the race?
We have not identified a case in Alamance County associated or linked to the event based on our current cases.
Did you identify anybody outside of Alamance?
Alamance County Health Department did not, but based on the line listing that was uploaded into the NCDHHS event, DHHS has notified us that one case in another jurisdiction, being Cabarrus, has been linked to attending the race, I believe, on May 30th. And that was a spectator line listing.
What do you mean by line listing?
That's a term that public health uses, that when we put those potential exposed individuals into some type of database or a spreadsheet that has their name, first name, last name, and any other pertinent information that then can be cross-referenced as new cases come in. So that as a new case gets identified, we would be able to go through the line listing and say, oh, okay, they attended this. We use those in other circumstances as well, just like our long-term care facility outbreaks. We create a line listing there as well, so that as new cases come in, we can see the connectivity or the connecting of the dots, so that we can we play investigator a bit to sort of try to figure out the linkages between people with disease.
Thank you. Got just a minute, Your Honor. No further questions, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
Redirect, Your Honor. You indicated there was one case from Cabarrus County that showed up in this line listing. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
When they show up, does that indicate that they got, or that they had the disease when they attended the race, or simply that, or what does it mean?
Let me see if I can find my. So the one case that has been linked, what that means is that they, when we do, or when a health department does a investigation, they'll ask folks about their recent travel, their recent participation in any types of events. And if events fall within their infectious or their incubation period, they would be inputted into the NCDHHS system as part of the investigation. And so this case was found in Cabarrus, and so I did not work that case up. I cannot speak to any more than that a linkage was found based on an attendance of the May 30th event.
But that does, so it does not indicate they actually got that at the race, right? They became sick at the race?
It does not indicate that they got sick. It could indicate one of two things, possibly. One, that they were infectious at the time of the event, or that their onset of symptoms coincides with them attending the event during and being exposed at that time. So it could be an infectious period during the event, or received an exposure at the event and became symptomatic afterwards.
So you don't know whether or not they are infectious when they attended the race, is that right?
I can't speak to that, as it is not a case to Alamance County.
That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
Any recross?
No, Your Honor.
So, Doctor, is it Doctor?
No, sir,
Sorry.
just Ms. Saunders.
All right, Ms. Saunders, I wanted to clarify a couple things.
Yes, sir.
You indicated that you had some conversations, I think, with Jason Turner.
Yes, sir.
Did y'all try to talk about with the two Mr. Turners, ways that they could perhaps race with fewer than 25 people? I mean, what just talk, I think they're going to testify, at least that was forecast, but just curious to know, do they just feel like they couldn't have a race with that few people?
So I recall on the May 11th conference call, which happened around 10 o'clock, and as I said, had several stakeholders, including the county manager, county commissioner, chair, myself, DHHS rep, the sheriff, and owners of the Speedway, that there was discussion about how to do this, particularly from the DHHS representative, asking if there was a way for the Turners to be able to conduct races without spectators, as some other racetracks had done. I recall at that time the Turners had expressed that would be a hardship for them, and they weren't really sure how that was going to work. As other racetracks had done it without spectators or had live streamed and these types of things, they expressed concerns about being able to do it without spectators.
So has DHHS, to your knowledge, been able to work with some other tracks to do things like broadcast live stream and not have all these folks in the stands?
I've not worked with them specifically about that, but I've read reports about DHHS and heard the governor's briefing about how they have worked with NASCAR and other smaller tracks. I don't have firsthand knowledge of that, though.
But that would be, I guess, one way potentially for them to still be able to have some income would be to live stream. I guess you could do that potentially.
It was suggested.
And I guess another suggestion that I was thinking, I mean, and it may be that their track isn't conducive to it, and I'm sure they'll address this, but if people stayed in their cars or even stood in family units outside their cars, would that be less of a health risk?
So there is precedent for other types of events where folks have stayed in their cars but participated in social events. Early on, churches did that.
And that would at least, that would at least decrease the risk some, is that right?
Yes, with being in your own car and not interacting with someone outside of your own unit.
Right, your own family, somebody
Correct.
you're already with anyway.
Yes, sir.
And then just one other thing that I wanted to just ask you about, since you're the medical expert of all of us in the room. I was looking just for instance on this exhibit. This was 2, I believe. I don't have the blue sticker here, but the daily situational reports, the one from yesterday.
Yes, sir.
On the second page, and I was looking at all of them as I was listening to this evidence, but it strikes me that to some degree this disease has some randomness to it. I mean, I look at counties we're contiguous with, and we have 810. Guilford has 2,100 plus. Forsyth 2,300. Randolph has a few more than us, about the same, and then Rockingham, who we're contiguous with to the north, only has 147. Is there any rhyme or reason to all of that from a medical standpoint?
I can tell you a little bit about contributing factors to case counts.
That would be helpful.
Early on, our neighboring counties, I think everyone's aware that Alamance County is situated on the I-40-85 corridor. And we have some bigger neighbors to our east and west of us. But because we're on that corridor, there's a lot of commuting back in and out and bedroom community type of things. And what we found early on is that compared to our bigger neighbors, including Guilford, Orange, and Durham, Alamance County was having fewer cases daily. And some of those contributing factors at that time were that one, we had fewer testing sites in the county than some of our larger neighbors. And so it's difficult to find cases if you don't have access to collection sites. And so the health department and our community partners have been working really hard to increase the collection sites in our county, and we currently have 6 fixed ones. So that means 6 fixed sites where folks can go and get collected for a specimen for testing. And working with our partners to do more community mass collection, which means sort of mobilizing that, taking our resources and going out to a community versus them coming to us. And so one contributing factor for that difference amongst those counties within that region could be access to collection. It could also be population density at the time. Some of our larger neighbors who also have larger urban cities were seeing higher cases, which was not terribly unexpected at the time. And then depending on the course of the outbreak, the course of the disease within the community too, smaller counties or counties that look very similar to us could have higher cases if they're also experiencing long-term care facility outbreaks. That does contribute quite a bit at that time. And that in the beginning, I believe the governor's executive order for stay-at-home went into effect on May 30th and ended May 20.
You mean March 30th?
March 30th, I'm sorry, March 30th, and ended May 23rd. And during that time, we did experience sort of the low and slow increase of cases, and then saw our biggest rises after folks started moving around more.
And the only other thing that struck me just statistically is Forsyth County, of this list that's all around us, they had more cases than anybody, but they had 9 fewer deaths than Alamance County, which struck me as well. And I just was curious if you had any. I guess part of we had one large outbreak at one of the rest homes, right?
That's correct. And that has significantly impacted our COVID-related deaths. And so with the bulk of the deaths in our county being associated with a long-term care facility.
And I've asked a few questions, so I'll certainly give either attorney a chance. Do you wish to ask any follow-ups
Just
to
a
mine?
couple,
Yeah.
based on what you said, Your Honor. Do you know the population of Alamance County?
It's roughly 166,000 based on whichever source you use.
Which is much less than, you said, some of the bigger counties. Which bigger counties were you referring to?
Some of our neighbors to the east and west, so Guilford's population is obviously larger, and as Judge Lambeth mentioned, Forsyth is obviously larger.
Did you compare it with Durham or Wake?
They're also in our, Durham is also in our region, so we do often compare to them as well.
Okay. And those were much larger.
Yes.
You indicated there was some increasing of testing recently. When did that increased testing begin?
We've been working on that since the beginning of our COVID response, so that's been ongoing with fixed sites coming on board as time went on.
So, but you indicated there's more testing here of late than there was at the beginning?
And, yes, obviously, since the beginning.
And
yes.
that relates to the number of positive tests you're finding now?
Well, if you have more access to collection and more people or more spots are being are open to folks being collected, then there's more availability, and the guidance has changed over time as well.
Okay, what do you mean by that?
So in the beginning, high risk, high priority, over 65 underlying health conditions, symptoms. And so over time, as we learn more about the COVID illness, we know that we need to also be paying attention to not only the over 65, but any close contacts who have had exposure to a case, folks who have been in mass gatherings or big social events, also people who might work in work sites that aren't able to maintain the 6 feet. So we want to prioritize those folks too. So that guidance has changed over time.
That's all the questions I have.
Mr. Johnson, do you have any questions?
Has the percent positive test, has it increased in Alamance County?
It has. And so I think that one of your reports has it ranging somewhere between 18 and 14 and 14.5%. And on average, it's about 10%. So that would be somewhere around in there. Early on, because there were limited sites and limited testing, clearly that percent positivity was a bit lower, but it has been increasing.
Is that one of the metrics you use to gauge growth of a communicable disease?
It can be. I will say locally it's harder to get that data, so we rely on our partners at DHHS who are getting all of those electronic laboratory test results put into their system. And the goal is for then that to be then stratified by county. And so Once we have that data, that will be very helpful, but we rely on our DHHS partners to help us determine that.
Do you keep stats of cases per 10,000 residents?
I do not.
You don't? Okay. Do you keep any stats that are related to per capita?
Our major indicator for our response is the new daily cases, which have doubled in 2 weeks.
No question.
Any further questions?
No further
All right,
questions.
Ms. Saunders, you may step down. Thank you very much. All right, folks, we've been going a little more than 2 hours. I was trying to go ahead and get to a stopping point with this witness. We'll take a 15-minute recess. I believe you're forecasting 2 more witnesses.
2 more witnesses, Your
All right,
Honor.
Mr. Sheriff, let's take a 15-minute recess. Mr. Kitchen, you may call your next witness.
Your Honor, I'll call Jason Turner.
All right, come on up, please, sir. Do you wish to be sworn or affirmed?
I swear.
If you'll grab that Bible with your left hand and raise your right hand and face the clerk, please.
Do you swear that the evidence you will give to the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
All right, if you'll have a seat there, sir. Good morning to you, and whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please state your name.
Jason Turner.
And how are you, or are you associated with A Speedway?
Yes, sir.
And how are you associated with it?
Part owner.
And what is the name of the company that owns it?
After 5 Events, LLC.
Are you involved with the day-to-day operations of the track?
Yes, sir.
Typically, what is the cost, or what, let me rephrase that, what is the purse you give out for an average race?
Average race, it varies based on what classes are racing that night, what divisions we have. You know, anywhere from 27,000 all the way up on a high night, you know, over 50,000.
And do you have any big races during the year which would have a larger purse?
2 to 3.
And how much would that be?
Our very last race of the season is in excess of 80,000.
In prize money?
Yes, sir. Your Honor.
And do you have other expenses associated with putting on a race besides the purse?
Oh, absolutely. There's operating costs, maintaining the facility, upkeep, employees, insurance. You know, you name it. Any electrical bills, anything to.
How many employees do you have?
I believe it's 45.
And do you have any idea how many spectators you need to come in, how many fans to pay in order to break even on an average race?
Our break-even point is around 1,000 fans.
And how much are the tickets?
Tickets vary based on the event that's held. Average ticket prices are around $15.
And how about the pit crews with the cars? Are they charged to come in?
They've charged a pit fee, $30 per person.
Do you have other people you have to pay when you put on the event as far as support people other than your employees?
Just employees, track officials, cleanup crew. If we have, when we have sheriff's deputies to provide security, as well as EMTs.
Are you familiar with the, if I may approach the witness, Your Honor,
You may.
with the proposed precautions that were given or that were talked about earlier? It's Defendant's Exhibit number 3.
Yes.
And how did you get those precautions?
Those were submitted to me via email.
What did you do in order to comply with, or could you tell us whether or not you did comply with the precautions?
Yes, you know, we did everything from contact tracing in the form of a roster. We had a roster set up on the front and back stretch of the racetrack where people had to physically walk around said roster to sign it. You know, it was there for them to sign. We have plexiglass on our concession stand windows. You know, we did a lot of these things.
Well, go through them, please. Just tell the court what you did.
Okay. It was proposed to us that we have touchless thermometers. The health department director sent me a link on where I could find those. However, it was an eBay link. The seller was out of stock. They were not going to be in stock until June 5th. So when I see that, I understand that she understands that they're hard to find or scarce, if able to be found at all. So we did not have touchless thermometers for the first race, but very quickly secured them for the second race. As far as screeners at the front gate, main gate, yes, we did. As far as screening questions, we had signage placed at front and rear entry points, letting people know of all of the screening questions, making them aware that if they had been exposed in any way, shape, or form, do not come.
Okay, what are the screening questions?
If you have a fever, if had a fever, if you have a cough or difficulty breathing, had any chills, body aches in the last 48 hours, if you've recently lost your sense of smell or taste, if you have been around anyone who has tested positive for COVID-19 or have recently recovered from COVID-19.
So what happened if someone answered one of those and said, yes, I do have a fever? What would you have done?
They would not be allowed to the facility.
Did you have any of those?
We had one that we had to turn away that I'm aware of.
Okay, how about the remaining precautions? Did you,
The roster was in place. Participant roster had been given to the health department.
okay, there was testimony that there were issues with that roster. Could you tell us what those issues were?
The issues that had been expressed to me were the lack of accuracy. When I say that, I mean somebody chose not to put their accurate name or phone number. That is something that, I do not have the capability of making sure that somebody gives us their correct phone number or name. That is why for the second race we chose to require IDs. We photographed IDs with tablets and then submitted those photos to the health department afterwards.
Did you continue that practice throughout all the races?
We have that practice in place, yes, sir.
Okay, how about the 10 feet distance, I believe is the next one. Did you enforce that?
No, sir.
Okay, why not?
We did not enforce that because there was, for any event, a Speedway brings in at least 80 cars. To take advantage of, or not to take advantage of, but to place that many cars in the facility, we put them in the center of the racetrack and outside the racetrack to make sure that all of them have a spot to park. So that is how a Speedway is just laid out.
So how far apart were the cars?
The cars were at least, I'd say 5 to 6 feet. That's just because, they're pulled out of a trailer and there's adequate space in between.
The cars were that far apart, but that doesn't, how about the crews themselves?
The crews, they work around their own car. They may talk amongst each other through passing, but they tend to focus on their own car, their own tasks at hand. Unloading of a car, changing tires on a car, any adjustments that may need to be made, prepping a car for practice, qualifying, or the race.
Okay, how about going on down number 5?
Masks required for crews and maintaining 6 feet social distancing required in the pit area. At all of our common areas, we did have 6 feet markers laid out. So we did also have signs at our common areas, concession stands, fuel stations, tire station.
Were there any announcements given at all concerning this, the social distancing and the other requirements?
Announcements were made. I made the announcements with our announcer over our PA system, reminding everyone, keep your social distance. If you do not feel safe, please return to visit us at another time. Wash your hands frequently, cough into your elbow, wave hello to your neighbor.
Did you have anyone that came to you and said, I don't feel safe, I can't get enough distance?
We had one family that said that they were happy to be at the racetrack, but they could not find a place to sit that they've preferred. So they asked for a refund, and we gave them a refund. In all fairness and customer service, we chose to take care of our customers and give them the opportunity to return at another time.
You said they couldn't find a place to sit. What is your seating capacity at A Speedway?
Seating capacity is around 5,000 between front and back, and other.
Front and back, what does that mean?
We've got front grandstands on the front side. There's grandstands on the back side of the back stretch of the property as well. There's also patio seating in turns 2 and around 3 and 4.
So there's 4 main groups, is that right?
Yes, there's 2 sections of grandstand seating, And then there's 2 more sections for patio seating where you could sit in a fold-out chair or a lawn chair.
Are the front and back grandstands connected?
They are connected within themselves, so the back is connected. You know, there's 2 different sections. Excuse me, 3, because one of them is has a partition, and then the front stretch is the same. There's 2 or 3 different sections where grandstands have partitions where fans can walk through.
So there's, if I'm counting right, 7 separate sections, including the patio?
Correct.
Going on down, did you provide hand sanitizer?
Yes, sir. Hand sanitizer was at all common spaces. We made sure that we had plenty of extra hand sanitizer. So we had hand sanitizer in restrooms, concession stands, front and back ticket booths where people were buying tickets. There was hand sanitizer there, as well as at the pit entry points. So there was plenty of hand sanitizer available. And we have one person on staff whose sole job is to make sure that these areas are kept clean, and if hand sanitizer is needed, to put it out.
Said that keeps these areas clean. What did you mean by that?
Commonly used surfaces, hand washing stations. We spray with a bleach mixture, water and bleach, and sanitize surfaces.
There's some discussion here about signage at fuel and tire areas. What did that consist of?
Just reminding people of the screening questions, as well as 1 person per car at the fueling station, 1 person per car at the tire mounting station, to keep from overcrowding.
There's bathrooms were disinfected. Did you do that?
Me personally?
No, not you personally, but did you have someone disinfect the bathroom?
Yes. Hand washing stations and commonly used surfaces.
For some reason, the 14 and 15 were highlighted. What are they talking about there, numbers 14 and 15?
It says infield limited to 300 plus workers, subject to change based on capacity limitations. Outfield limited to 100 plus 14 workers, subject to change based on capacity limitations.
Are those fans?
No, my interpretation of this would be participants in the actual races.
So the pit, crews, and racers?
Yes, sir.
Also, if you see on the back side of this, there's some other recommendations. Did you also attempt to comply with those?
We do, wherever possible, cashless interactions will be encouraged. We do accept credit cards at the ticket booths for ticket purchases. We do not have that capability at our concession stands at this time, but are working to make that change, make that update, and integrate as many cashless transactions as possible, but people do just carry cash. As far as registrations and releases issued in packets, we are provided our registration forms by our insurance company, and those insurance forms have multiple line items where people can fill out. They sign their name and print their name, as well as their duties for the day. But we do not have enough of those. We are not provided enough of those in advance of this to make that happen. And I do believe that making photocopies of those is a violation of our insurance policy. So we did not have the capability to make a packet and charge credit cards for that many people. Phase 2 concession stands are allowed to operate. We did so. We have plexiglass partitions on the front windows to make sure that the patrons are separated from my workers, my employees.
The concession stands, I presume that is part of your income to help support the remaining track?
Yes, sir, absolutely.
And do you have any other means of income besides the ticket sales, the pit fees, and the concessions?
There's apparel sales, T-shirts, hats, any kind of souvenirs as far as that goes. We don't do a significant amount of that, but we do a lot of our revenue is from concession sales and tickets.
And when you indicated that you need about 1,000 fans to break even, that's including what they would be spending for concessions, is
Yes.
that right? Also, number 19, it talks about the Alamance County Sheriff's Office. I think before you said that you would have some deputies there, normally.
Normally, yes.
Did you pay those?
They are paid, yes, they are off duty.
And the list of potential workers on the next page, could you tell us whether or not you pay those people as well?
Fire crew, ambulance, cleanup crew, record sheriff's officials. We don't have any videographers on Speedway. I think this is just listed because this was maybe something that they could think of to do a live feed. But as far as everything else, yes, those people are paid.
Do you have the ability to do live feeds at Ace Speedway?
Currently, no. Speedway does own a website, aspeedway.tv. That is one of the things that was a 2021 initiative pre-COVID-19. It is something that we are looking to expand to. However, it is not a sustainable revenue stream to fund the entire facility. Most of the knowledge that I have about live feeds is it is a added revenue stream, but not one that is substantial enough to generate enough revenue to provide for an event to be put on at this level. A Speedway is known for high level events, increased level of competition with high quality, high performance cars. Most of the stream events that I'm aware of did not have as many cars or as many classes or divisions. So when A Speedway puts on an event, we try to make sure that we give our people what they pay for.
Can Ace Speedway, or could you tell us whether or not Ace Speedway could put on events if it were limited to 25 spectators?
Not and sustain itself. No.
What do you mean by not as sustainable?
We would not be able to pay our bills or our employees or any taxes or anything to amount to maintaining a solvent business.
If you added streaming video, would you be able to exist financially with 25 spectators?
No, sir. Not in my opinion.
There was testimony earlier that someone from Cabarrus County had reported to the state about being positive for COVID-19. Have you received any notification from the state about, or from the county about this person?
No, sir.
That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
All right, cross-examination.
Just a few questions, Your Honor. Mr. Turner, you mentioned you're a co-owner of After 5 Events LLC.
Yes, sir.
Does After 5 Events LLC own the racetrack?
We have a purchase agreement.
And so what is the status of that agreement?
The status of that agreement is basically just it's a mortgage, just like anybody would have on a business or a house. That is what we hold.
And so who holds title to the racetrack property?
That would be, I believe it's 1814 or 1804-14 Green Street.
That partnership retains title, and then you all are, it's a seller finance mortgage.
Correct.
And do you know when are you expected to sort of complete payment on that?
We are working on that as we speak, within the next year to 2 years.
And so at that point, you all.
We are working on obtaining more financing.
And at that point, you all will become the sole owners.
Correct.
But right now, it is the 1804 partnership that's the owner. How many spectators paid to attend the May 23rd race?
It was around 2550, I believe.
And how many spectators paid to attend the May 30th race?
It was a little over 1600.
And then for the June 6th race, how many spectators paid to attend?
It was around 1200.
Mr. Kitchen showed you a proposed guidance document. Was that the final document you received?
This here says, I believe there were others. There was another one that I think Miss Saunders had.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
This document's already in the record. It's an exhibit to Mr. Gross's affidavit.
Okay.
But I just want to show him.
All right. That's fine.
Is this that document?
Yes,
And that you received that from Ms. Saunders?
we did.
Could you read the first sentence of that document?
Per Governor Executive Order 141, spectator attendance cannot exceed 25 participants.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
No,
All right, so I'm sorry, Mr. Wall just got my attention.
May I ask?
You may.
To follow up on something.
About the rate?
Casper.
Yes,
So,
sir.
Ms. Turner, my name's Matt Wall. I'm an attorney in Burlington. I represent, by limited appearance, two of the named defendants, Ace Speedway Racing Limited and 1804-1814 Green Street Associates Limited Partnership. And I believe you and Mr. Casper were discussing just a moment ago about 1804, et cetera, Green Street. That is the record owner of the real estate, is that correct?
At this time, yes, sir.
They do not, that company, to the best of your knowledge, has no ownership interest in After Five events, is that correct?
That is correct.
And that company does not have any connection, direct involvement or connection with the operations at the Speedway, is that correct?
No, they have not in the last 3 years.
So do you have any ownership interest in Ace Speedway Racing Limited?
No, sir. To my knowledge, that is an operation entity from prior to our existence.
And I guess your dad's going to testify later, but do you know if your father has an ownership interest in that company, Ace Speedway Racing Limited?
He does not.
Does Ace Speedway Racing Limited have any interest in After Five events?
No, sir.
Does Ace Speedway Racing Limited have any connection or involvement in the operations of the Speedway?
No, sir.
So when you testify and use the term Ace Speedway, what exactly do you refer to when you say that?
Ace Speedway, just the term Ace Speedway is just strictly a DBA. It's what everybody knows when you think Ace Speedway or when you think the property itself, the racetrack, the racing that goes on there. That is Ace Speedway collectively.
That's all, young. Thank you.
Do you have any other questions, Mr. Casper? Mr. Kitchen?
No, Your Honor.
I want to just ask you a couple things on my mind, and you already heard me ask Ms. Saunders.
Yes, sir.
So the live stream is not up and running yet, potentially could be. If you charge $15 to come to the track, do you think people, and I don't, if you don't know the answer, it's fine. I'm just curious. I mean, everybody's trying to balance people's right to work and trying to work versus public health. That's what this is all about, right? And so, could you make it if you charged $10 a ticket and had 2,000 people, for instance, watching on live stream? Or would that still not work, since you wouldn't be able to have concessions?
If you had that number, it's still not sustainable, one, without concessions, but also that's not, in my opinion, that's not a number that anybody has seen as far as total spectatorship goes. Subscription-based viewership of races in general is something that is still new. only coming up within the last 2 to 3 years that I'm aware of, and only for a touring series that has come to Ace Speedway for the last 3 years. So it's something that we were looking into, something that we want to do, but it is something that, one, is not cost effective for 2020. That's why I said that was a 2021 initiative. Something like that, it takes time to accrue all of the production equipment, editing equipment, anything that you may need, recording software, people to run it. Something like that has a huge cost up front, something that you would have to, collect 2 to 3 years to start paying for itself, to where the racetrack didn't have to fund it initially. But I'm not that I'm aware of anybody has numbers like that. So even with monthly subscriptions, there's not enough demand at that point for that type of product, or to be delivered in that way.
And is your racetrack configured in such a way that is there any viability to having people watching from their cars, or not necessarily sitting in their cars, but standing, sitting on their hood, leaning on their car, just being contained with their own group, their own family?
Yeah, just the way the racetrack is situated, the way it's built, there's no drive-up seating at Ace Speedway, and even after I did try to walk around the facility and just think outside the box to try to create a way to do something like that, and the only way to do something like that is to tear down the grandstands that we have where people could drive up and visually watch, and that is something that we just cannot do.
I understand that. Okay. Either side want to ask any other questions based on my questions? Mr. Casper? Mr. Kitchen?
No, Your Honor.
You may step down, young man.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Call Robert Turner, Your Honor.
So let me just tell you just one little scheduling quirk. I have a meeting today that's going to be during the lunchtime. So otherwise, I think I just run us on through. But I'm not going to be able to do that today. I've got a meeting with a lot of people during lunch. It's 12:21 right now. I think what I would suggest is let's come back here. Hopefully that meeting is going to be over in such a way that I can get back up here by 1:45. If I'm a few minutes late, it's simply because the meeting ran long. We're going to go ahead and recess now till 1:45, and then we'll come back and hear the remaining witness, and then I'll certainly hear any arguments. And again, just if I can't get here quite by 1:45, it's because I'm finishing up a meeting, but I think it'll be close, okay? So let's recess till 1:45.
School will be in recess.
Good evening. I'm Judy Woodruff on the NewsHour tonight. How to change the system and our society. As the U.S. Senate weighs police reform, I speak with Republican Senator Tim Scott of South Carolina about his plan forward. Then, one-on-one, former Defense Secretary and CIA Director Robert Gates discusses the federal response to protesters and America's role in a changing world. Plus, the movement's moment. We explore the growing coalition around Black Lives Matter in the wake of recent police killings and nationwide protests.
The people who I see who have not traditionally been so invested in African American equality, who are now invested, I think that's an important indicator to people who are in powerful places.
All that and more on tonight's PBS NewsHour.
Major funding for the PBS NewsHour has been provided by Consumer Cellular, financial services firm Raymond James, Johnson & Johnson.
Supporting social entrepreneurs and their solutions to the world's most pressing problems. SkollFoundation.org.
The Lemelson Foundation, committed to improving lives through invention in the U.S. and developing countries. On the web at lemelson.org. Supported by the John D. and Catherine T. MacArthur Foundation, committed to building a more just, verdant, and peaceful world. More information at macfound.org. And with the ongoing support of these institutions. This program was made possible by the Corporation for Public Broadcasting and by contributions to your PBS station from viewers like you. Thank you.
The drive to reform policing is accelerating tonight in the United States Congress. At the same time, officers involved in a deadly encounter in Atlanta are called to account. White House correspondent Yamiche Alcindor has our report, starting at the U.S. Capitol.
2 parties, 2 bills, and a national reckoning on racism and policing. Today, Senate Republicans introduced their police reform bill.
Too often we're having a discussion in this nation about, are you supporting the law enforcement community or are you supporting communities of color? This is a false binary choice.
The Justice Act includes incentives for police departments to ban chokeholds and grants for body cameras. It also increases disclosure requirements for no-knock warrants and the use of force. Senator Tim Scott of South Carolina spearheaded the GOP legislation. Today, he said he understands firsthand the need for change.
I was stopped this year driving while black when I got a warning ticket for failing to use my turn signal earlier in my lane change. And so this issue continues, and that's why it's so important for us to say that we hear you. We're listening to your concerns.
The White House said today it fully supports the Scott bill. Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell said Democrats should back it. But Democrats have their own reform bill that they say more directly changes federal laws on police misconduct. Today, the House Judiciary Committee held a markup of the Democratic proposal, which was unveiled last week. Democrats said their plan is the only one that rises to the moment, especially in the wake of George Floyd's death in Minneapolis after being pinned by the neck for nearly 9 minutes.
What the administration and the Senate are missing is the understanding of 8 minutes and 46 seconds. They are missing the deeply embedded pain that is evidenced by protesters not only in the nation but around the world. Clearly, reform light, milquetoast is not going to answer the pain of 8 minutes and 46 seconds.
Among the differences between the bills, the Democrats' plan outright bans police chokeholds and no-knock warrants in drug cases, rather than disincentivizing and collecting data on them. The Democratic bill also ends qualified immunity, a controversial legal doctrine that has shielded police and other officials from lawsuits over their conduct. Still, there is some overlap. Both parties' bills would make lynching a federal crime. Despite the points of contention, some think that Washington's partisan lines might be blurring, at least a bit. Today, Indiana Republican Mike Braun said his party needs to go further on qualified immunity. And California Democratic Representative Karen Bass, who chairs the Congressional Black Caucus, voiced hope.
When I hear that many of our proposals have been incorporated in what I hear is coming out of the Senate in a different way, not as strong, not as powerful, but it makes me feel like there is a pathway for us to do this.
Meanwhile, in Atlanta, the district attorney announced the policeman who killed Rayshard Brooks last week is being charged with murder and 10 other offenses. Officer Garrett Rolfe shot Brooks in the back and then kicked him while he was on the ground fighting for his life, the DA said. Rolfe has since been fired and a second officer was put on desk duty. That second officer is now charged with aggravated assault for standing on Brooks' shoulders after he was shot. He has told prosecutors he is willing to testify against Rolfe. The officers were trying to arrest Brooks for falling asleep at a drive-thru and failing a sobriety test. For the PBS NewsHour, I'm Yamiche Alcindor.
We want to take a closer look now at today's plan with the man behind the Republican push for change. He is Senator Tim Scott of South Carolina, and he joins us from the Capitol. Senator Scott, thank you so much for joining us. I want to ask you first about some of the Democrats' reaction. They are saying, yes, this is a move in the right direction, but the Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer said today that it doesn't rise to the moment. We heard House Speaker Nancy Pelosi say it's inadequate. Do you think you will be able to get enough Democratic votes to get this to a debate and a vote on the Senate floor?
Well, if we do not, then they'll have to explain to the families that I met with yesterday at the White House and the families that I met with yesterday in my office on why we're not willing to take seriously some of the changes that are important to those families who've lost loved ones because of the police interaction. This bill, modeled after much of the House bill, is an important step in the right direction. It also includes the focus of the president and the priorities in the executive order. So we have a chance to do something meaningful for the American people, especially communities of color who are losing confidence in the institutions of authority in this country.
Well, Senator, as you know, Democrats are calling for an outright ban on certain measures like a chokehold or the so-called no-knock warrant.
Yes.
In your proposal, you are saying these things should be tied to federal funding, that if departments go ahead with them, they risk losing funding. And yet you also said today that this is something that should be debated. The chokehold should be debated for the American people to hear. So it sounds like you're open to a complete ban on a chokehold. Is that right?
Well, I would say it this way. My legislation gets us to the position where if you are in a law enforcement department that does not already have a ban on chokeholds, you do not have access to the federal funding. The House bill does not have the ability to actually, in my opinion, ban chokeholds. What they do is they defund states' revenue streams from the federal government. It's kind of the same thing, to be honest with you. The fact of the matter is that policing is a local government decision, not a federal decision. So I'd love to see how the Democrats thread that needle from federalism and the local department's ability to make the decisions. We do that through the refusing to give them the grant dollars. The White House, in their executive order, does the exact same thing through a certification process. So all three levers of government have the same objective. I think we get there if we keep working together, looking for a solution.
So I hear a little bit of give in your position, but let me also ask you about this concept, legal concept, qualified immunity. This protects police from lawsuits for actions taken in their official capacity. This is something Democrats say should be completely done away with. I think there have been 1,400 professional athletes who signed a letter saying do away with it. Even a Republican, Senator Mike Braun of Indiana, is saying this is something that needs to be looked at. Are you willing to consider tweaking or doing away with qualified immunity?
It's a very important issue. It could be considered a poison pill for the vast majority of my conference. What we already know is that our focus on collecting information to lead to the right outcomes is a part of the bill that both sides agree on. What we do know, as opposed to looking at the things that divide us, we better spend more time on the things that unite us so we actually have an opportunity to have a conversation where the American people can decide whether the good faith effort on the Republican side and the good faith effort on the Democrat side leads in the direction of getting a bill done. If we're only going to talk in this interview about the priorities of the Democrats, that seems to be inauthentic in dealing with the issues that are facing communities of color every single day. The ability to de-escalate violence is a really important decision. And if we can train people on how to get there, that's a great outcome for families. It's a great outcome for communities of color. And it's a great outcome for restoring hope and confidence in institutions of authority. I welcome all debate on the issues that should be a part of the conversation as it relates to police reform. I'm not going to negotiate with you or with them through this interview. I welcome the opportunity for them to give us a chance to have that conversation on the floor of the Senate. If they are more interested in a political point and not an actual law, then they'll say no to the motion to proceed.